button this time. There you go. And now we're recording. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Star Trek X Svalinn. We are a bunch of gaming nerds who get together once a week to play a Star Trek adventures. And I'm totally not trying to BS this tagline. We take place in the year 2378, 2 years after the Dominion War, and we are part of the continuing fleet canon of the 10th Expeditionary Fleet. And in today's episode, we're going to be having first contact with the psychic murder mushroom people. Oh, the Endalla. We're all excited, right? It's much excitement.
Lovely.
Ooh, mushrooms.
Tasty.
We should put it on pizza, right? And with that, Commander Calder, are we ready for opening a monologue?
I don't think I should yet because we're starting literally seconds after last session, from what I'm understanding.
We'll kind of back up a little bit. We'll be like an hour out, so we can have a little bit of time to ramp up into it and get some sensor scans in.
Well, I meant more. I don't think it's logical, reasonable to do another log saying like one log being we are near the system, and then another one when we're at the system.
Okay. We can skip it. In that case, I'll just do a narrator's recap.
Mm-hmm.
Previously on Star Trek X Svalinn, and after the Chigo concern has been defeated and is no longer causing a ruckus in the area, plans to expand the Silk Road more or along the southern border of the Federation and continues, but diplomatic relations ends with the new resident aliens, the Endalla, continue. And at this point, the lone ship at the USS Svalinn and stands at the edge of their home system, waiting to begin diplomatic talks. As mentioned, we finally got our journey all the way done, and we ended last episode just poised outside of the Endallan system. You have taken this journey to speak to our current Endallan guest of honor, or Shishiri, who took the opportunity to test you guys by planting an earworm in the sensor logs. And in response, you've managed to capture Shishiri and put them into a cryostasis pod in retaliation and for such pranks. And we are now on the edge of the Endallan star system. Cleverly named Endallus Prime, because that's how naming conventions go in Starfleet. you'll be approaching from up here. Basic sensor air scan shows that there are there are 6 planets, 5 rocky planets in the core, and then a large J-class planet out in orbit. This star is an F-series star, so a little larger and a little hotter than Sol, but still main sequence. And this system is absolutely flooded with communications and ships filtering back and forth. And there's a lot of industrial activity present within this system. And we open up to you dropping out of warp. What would you like to do?
Try and land it.
Okay.
Which one?
Endalla's Prime kind of makes sense because we're going there.
Yep.
Which one is Prime?
You're not sure yet, but you could do a more detailed sensor scan to get an idea, or you could hail them and get into their air communication systems and get directions that way. To talk to them, control engineering difficulty 3. To do a sensor sweep, it'll be reason science difficulty 3 brought down to diff 2.
What would you like to do, Captain?
Let's press attempt contact because we kind of have what we have to do.
Okay. Control engine.
Yeah, I'll shift.
All right. Control engineering difficulty 3. Who's taking the main role? Rost, or would you like to activate an NPC?
I can do it.
Okay.
Give me my character sheet here.
And would you like to purchase additional dice for this roll?
Yes, I think I will.
Okay. One
Set
threat.
out to use threat, yeah. Can I use my focus if other cultures are interesting to for that?
That'll be a value spend, and you could. That would give you +2. But in order to roll that third dice, you would have to spend another threat.
I mean, it's only 3.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll just stick with the one threat then.
I don't know why double click.
I'll just take the first one, but unfortunately, Ross has a complication.
I
However,
would like to quash that, yeah.
Don't have any momentum. Do you have the Legion of Honor medal?
As a matter of fact, I do.
All right. You can use the Legion of Honor medal. That will create 2 momentum. You use that to quash it. So, you tap into the communication systems of this planet, of this system. This is the Endallan Star command, and please state your name and your purpose.
This is Commander Graham Calder of the USS Svalinn. We're here to negotiate with your leader. Well, with your leaders. We currently have one of your commanders in our ship as a guest.
There's a long pause as they mute their channel and discuss among themselves. They come back a few moments later. You appear to have one of our vessels in tow. Do you have the commander of said vessel aboard yours?
Yes. We have him, the buds, and your cattle. Yeah, we have everything from the ship in our hold. We're returning the ship as a gesture, a good gesture.
As you are speaking, a couple vessels break off from the nearest planet and move to intercept. 3 ships, 1 command vessel, 2 of the cruisers.
Are they charging weapon shields?
Their shields are up, weapons are down. What status would you like to be at?
Green, let only go into combat let when weapons are armed.
Okay.
Captain, I'd recommend that we at least raise shields.
They are now within close range of you.
I would like to know if the 3 ships that could come towards us are here to grab the vessel.
You now get a hailing message instead of from the general network. You get a hailing message directly from the lead vessel all in front of you.
On screen.
On screen appears here's another Endallan. The frills and the patterning is different from Shishiri, but otherwise it is a very alien face. This is as Commander Shalina of the Endallan and Star Command. We are here to escort you to our planet.
Did I make an insight roll of some sort?
What are you trying to find out?
If maybe this person could possibly be like sister.
There's variant of relation with a species like these.
I mean, you can certainly try, but it's going to be like insight medicine or insight command difficulty 4.
Okay.
Yeah. At this point, I mean, they do attempt to make a scan of your vessel. Do you react in any way, or you allow the scan to happen?
Oh, let it happen.
Okay, scan goes through.
Is it an active scan or a passive scan?
It's an active scan.
We also have to make sure that all crew are wearing their anti-telepathic devices before we get in here.
You can do command and staff can do a presence command of 2 to activate that. Basically to retroactively go, hey, everyone, make sure that you have your anti-psionic gear on.
Oh, come on.
Dice are not with us.
I'm just
They're
gonna take.
not the dice you've been looking for.
I'm just gonna take that as 2 threat, but as of now, you don't have. You sent the order out, but there's confusion and people are wondering, is this a drill or? So not everyone has anti-sonic gear on at this moment.
What difficulty was this?
A lot of zeros.
It's diff 2.
I just
Okay.
looked at roll 20. That's a lot of zero.
Well,
Sure is.
shouldn't the ship roll?
The main roller has to get at least 1 success in order for an assist to kick in.
And then 5 rolls. There's been 3 complications. Ross, you might was your first roll, was it supposed to have a comp 3 range?
Oh no, did I have that misset?
Yeah. Because the first one was an 18, so that.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, so yeah, you have your Legion of Honor back, since you wouldn't have to have used it in that case.
Good call.
In that case, they do scan your vessel. The scans seem to be going through life forms. It lingers in the cargo bay and in the medical cryo bay, and then they stop. It appears that you do indeed have some of our members aboard. But there is a peculiarity about the biological scan and of our commander.
How so?
Their life signs appear to be a relatively low and weak. Are they in medical distress?
They are not. They are not harmed.
You are telling the truth, but they're going to attempt to insight check anyways to see if they believe that.
Can I roll against them?
Are you trying to lie? Or
No, I'm being honest, but
in that case, Ace is not so much a roll against, but you could assist them and say, so you're rolling assist roll to say, hey, I'm actually trying to help you here.
yes.
All right.
No more comp.
I'm just gonna roll 2 dice. Insight command, and I do have a focus. And with that, I'll allow you to gain that as 1 momentum. Very, very well. Oh, please follow us along this course, or through this system, and do not deviate. And they hand you a flight plan and shut off the screen.
Do they take over tow of the Endallan ship, or are we still towing that?
You are still towing that. And you are also in control of your flight path. You may follow it if you want, or they can, or you can deviate.
Follow the course.
All right, fairly simple course. Ars Maldon. It's basically just an elliptical course around the star to the Class J planet. Would you like to do anything en route? Take any scans of the system, or just us enjoy the ride?
We should be picking up everything passive scan at least.
You do pick up a path scan, especially on Endallan 3. It's a Class K world, so almost as habitable, but not quite. And they appear to have one mining ship in orbit that's doing an extensive mining operation. As you pass through the asteroid field, they appear to have lots of small orbital settlements and dug into some of the larger asteroids, and more extensive mining. And then, where did I put it? There you go. Getting into the Endalla 6 system itself, lots of asteroids all over the place, and it's a lot more ships in orbit. There's some space stations, and this is a mess to get through. There's lots of orbital bodies all over the place, and in particular, most of the moons are Class D. Some of them have fleeting atmospheres. There's a couple ice moons that are kind of cool, but in particular, there's a Class M planet on the far side. To navigate this mess, engine and on. It's going to be a Control Con difficulty 3, assisted by Engines Con. And I'm going to increase the comp range to 2.
All right, so I'm going to need, I'm thinking one with the momentum, and then a second one with threat. So I'm rolling 4 dice total.
Okay.
That'll work. Oh, I read it. Presence Con. Okay, that's not correct. Not correct.
But yeah. What's your control? 12 or 11? 11. Yeah. None of the other dice would kick in, but we still got it.
Perfect.
Just see your name tag, because name tags are cool, just like bow ties. And there, Endalla Prime. Take you into orbit of the planet. And the three ships that escort you stay within close range and ask that you remain in this orbit at all times. Do not raise shields, do not engage weapons, and do not deviate from this course until further notice. And then the surface hails you, and they appear to be ready for you and give you coordinates and to beam down. Asking for the senior staff to beam down and to meet with the Endallan Parliament. So, who's going down to the alien planet?
I'm gonna have to actually bounce right here a little bit sooner than I expect, but
Okay.
sorry about that.
Good night.
Good night.
They said that they wanted us to beam down the Endallan that we have and company.
Mm-hmm.
Captain, who would you like to go on this away mission?
You created detail on myself. Yeah, I think that'll be good for everyone. Maybe.
Dr. Bog might be helpful to bring along.
What do
Maybe
you
I
think,
don't know.
Captain?
On the thing. Got a recommendation, the GM?
I will say that I don't really have anything planned in orbit, but if you want to stay behind as backup, that could be fun.
Okay, so let's have everyone go down.
Okay, and you do want a security detail.
Yes, I do.
Presence security, difficulty 2. And everyone's going down in armor and type 3s and grenades and mortar
No.
kits.
No, can you allow command?
Yes, I can allow command.
Take a threat dice.
Okay. All right. You at least have a security team assembled. Any other gear you want to bring it in with you besides your standard type 2 phaser, communicator, and tricorder?
The anti-psionic stuff.
Okay. Another presence command of 2. Or actually, no. You have time. You can have the advantage. You have time to staple that on.
Would it be possible to get like a some sort of like a psionic shot or vaccine? Yes.
You may certainly try.
Got anything?
Is this not something that I made a inoculation to kind of boost our resistance to? I thought I did that a couple episodes back.
You do. You actually have that available. To get the whole entire team, control medicine, div 2, assisted by computers medicine. And this covers you replicating it and administering the doses correctly and making some final adjustments based on what you scanned previously.
Yeah, I ought to be able to find it by this point.
Yeah, totally.
All right. Go ahead and take a threat for bold. I'm using technical expertise also.
And also, you have a free advantage. Yeah, the ship.
Yeah, you have an advantage, edge being in sickbay.
And I forget, what does that mean?
An advantage is any positive thing in that you have available. Also, you can use that to make rolls easier or to double the dosage or double the time. You can use it to decrease the difficulty of this.
I'll go ahead and increase it.
All right, diff 1.
Reroll that 0.
Nice. So that is 3
And
momentum.
my technical
generated.
expertise will let him reroll that 0 as well.
Go ahead and reroll that.
Why not?
Reroll the ship.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna be greedy. All right.
All right.
Dice do not like me today.
No more dice for you.
All right. So the
Somebody else
dosage
roll the ship now.
the dosage you have now will last for approximately 6 hours. For 2 momentum, you could double that to 12 hours.
2 momentum, huh?
That'll give you.
Yeah, I just built up all that good momentum, and now you're trying to take it.
I mean, it will last for 6 hours. It just means that at the end of that time, you would have to coordinate with the ship if somehow to get a second shot.
Captain, what do you think? Feel like we need to get 12 hours worth out of this, or?
Better safe than we start.
I kind of subscribe to that same theory there. Yeah, go ahead and take your 2 momentum and we'll 12-hour dose.
All right. So you have 12 hours of psionic resistant and spray and all the time of psionic resistant devices attached to your temple. And so all psionic interactions will have a +2 difficulty. Unfortunately, that also goes for you, Ross. Your psionics are kind of muffled at this point.
Yeah.
All right.
Boy team ready to go.
But something that I might study on, not now because I don't think we have time, but I'd like to study on how to not interfere with Ross, his stuff, our inoculation. Basically, fine, so it doesn't bother. I don't like handicapping him.
That could definitely be something we can look into.
Okay. I ought to be able to refine it down to the big, whatever sonic bandwidth, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
Can I interrupt the game
Like I
for
say,
a
that's
quick
for another
news
time.
announcement?
What's up?
Remember that crowdfunding for the Star Trek Voyager documentary?
Yes.
I'm looking at an article that was apparently published yesterday, and it has now received $1,178,000 some dollars. Is now the most crowdfunded fundraiser ever.
Cool. So we are actually in that documentary.
Yes, well, it met all its goals, but it set the record for the crowdfunding website.
Neat. And with that, we beam down to the planet. So map's loading in, and only some of the sounds are playing. As you beam down into a bustling swamp city, there are various Buds and Yalto walking the street. This city seems to be very organically built using trees. Using trees as the main structure. The bottom half of all the trees have been sculpted and hollowed out to hold like little shops, little bazaars, restaurants, that kind of stuff. And then there are stairways in the back that lead to upper levels, but very few people seem to go up them. And the air is kind of chilly, but very, very, very wet. It's about 50% humidity here.
Where are we at?
What was that?
Where are we at?
You are in the middle of an Endallan city.
I'm still looking on the map there.
Oh, I haven't actually put your tokens on. You probably drop in right about here.
So we're out on the street.
Yep. Nothing in particular or takes note. Streets are kind of narrow compared to like US streets. They're only about 10 feet across, so it's just pedestrian and traffic back and forth. And you do hear the sounds of a stream or slow moving water behind you. And where's my security?
Is there a welcoming committee or?
Not yet. You beam in. The Yato give you guys eyes a wide eye berth, and some of them scatter at the side of you materializing, and the Buds don't care whatsoever. There's no reaction from them. And the security team. You do find as you look around, that kind of up on the hill there seems to be a larger tree that rises above the rest. But otherwise, the rest of these trees are kind of the same height and seem to be pruned and trimmed that way. But otherwise, there's no welcoming committee and no general sense of direction.
Ellie, you want to get some tricorder scans and see if we can maybe find some type of governmental building or village hall, something along those lines?
I think getting some information would be helpful.
Yeah, I can do some scans. Science.
Use science. What exactly would you be setting the tricorder for? What would you be telling the tricorder to look for?
What did the XO want?
Something like a village hall or a governmental building.
Okay.
something with a high density population, maybe compared to just people on the street.
I'll set to scan for a higher rate of rare metals like brass, for example. Stuff that's probably more found on a government building than anywhere else.
So precious metals and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, see if I can't find a building with a slightly higher amount. This technique could also end up getting a museum, but that's an whole other situation.
That's
maybe Endallan life science.
Yeah, this will also cover life science, but looking for a precious metal would be a good start. Reason Science and Stiff 2, and brought down a diff 1 because you've done. Oh wait, you haven't done scans yet this episode.
And it's tricorders anyway.
Yep.
But a tricorder is still a computer.
It is.
Yeah, we'll use that one momentum.
All right.
For an extra.
And you gain 2 back. Okay. You are detecting, and there are precious metals everywhere, but they seem to be like small incidental parts, probably part of computing systems and that kind of stuff. But you are collecting, you are sensing in large concentrations of it in this direction and uphill. You are also detecting a lot more technology than what this village appears. There's subspace transceivers, there's computers, replicator, and technology is kind of built into this place. And there also appears to be a large concentration of Endallan up in that building, and no Yalto.
Alright, so L will point that direction. Say there's a good concentration of Endallans over there, and that there's a lot more technology than we've been led to believe.
Okay.
Orders,
Shall we head
Captain?
that way, Captain?
Let's get going.
Okay. Make your way through this town. There's the streets are organic and winding, but with your sensor lock, you're able to kind of navigate your way through. As you're walking through, you're finding other alien, in races. Just weird, bizarre, are life forms that are walking around and making in business and interaction with people. There's transactions going around, and there's Endallan shopkeepers that are calling out hawking their wares for puzzle boxes and sensory equipment, hollow disguises. And yeah, you don't see a lot of different aliens, but you find a couple representative members from at least 3 or 4 other alien races is that no one here is familiar with.
None that we are familiar with.
None that you are familiar with. You finally make your way to the great tree. The bottom half of this tree, like everything else has been carved out and hollowed out into a great 8-city hall. This thing is almost 200 meters around. It's a large circular place with ramps from the ground floor are going up to spacious second floor, but the second floor has railings that overlook the dugout pit underneath it, but everyone seems to be occupied with going upstairs. No one seems to be going downstairs except for one or two members. Once you go upstairs, there's large open areas with various seating for small informal conversations and leading up to a third level.
And no one coming out to greet us?
At this point, one Endallan does come up and seems to formally greet you. Oh, another thing. The Endallan that are entering this area the Endallan and everyone else seems to go through the small checkpoint. They have a security checkpoint at every entrance, but they don't pat you down for weapons. Instead, they have you do a small computer test. Push the button when you see the dot flash on the screen, that kind of stuff. It's very quick. It takes 30 seconds. Doesn't seem to impede traffic much.
Would I understand what they're trying to detect with that?
Insight medicine diff 1.
Go ahead and take it.
And focus in psychology or xenobiology.
I had it marked. Yeah.
Can I assist him with that scan? No, looks like he didn't need it.
Yeah, you can jump in. Insight medicine. One more.
Yay, successful roll.
It appears to be reflex testing the reflexes of everyone who walks in.
Can I extrapolate why they detected illness or?
I guess cunning.
Yeah. The cunning test. Yeah, it seems to be a cunning test. One thing you do notice is that in the second level, in the Parliament Hall proper, there are no buds. Everyone seems to be in pure Endallan form. So, extrapolating that and the cunning, it seems to be that this seems to be some sort of test to prevent someone from using a bud to slip in. Everyone who steps onto this property has to be in their true form and can't send a simulacrum through. The reflex tests would show a simulacrum because they have to be directly puppeted and psionically controlled by the Endallan, and that will show in slightly decreased reaction times.
Can I get a scan of this technology?
Yeah. How deep of a scan you want to go?
Kind of, I want to get a good understanding how this technology is that's preventing them to allow the buds into this area.
We'll go reason science.
The technology is not actually preventing them. They're just screening, aren't they?
Yeah. The technology
reflex speed test.
Yeah, it's a simple reflex X test. They do the same thing. We could do the same test on Earth.
Yeah. All right. So their version of a proverbial metal detector.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So yeah, I want to get a good scan of this.
Yeah, they don't stop you. Reason Science Div 3.
Alright, let's get 2 dice this time.
You get 1 for free from your testing theory, and it goes to Div 2 because theory and practice. Let's get those backwards again.
Yeah, so actually I don't need any extra dice then. Good.
And there we go. Yeah, they do have you walk through an archway, and then a pause and have you do the simple reflex test. There is some scanning technology and some tetrions that are used to disrupt holograms or anything like that. But the technology is fairly simple. Dr. Boggs on the right point that this is a simple reflex X test.
It'd be
So
easy
that's
for Elle to
something we can
replicate this basically.
Yep.
With our technology. Awesome.
Yeah, very easy to replicate this or implement and this type of thing.
As soon as we get back to the ship, that would be one of the first things Elle would talk to Dr. Bog about.
Yep. As you're discussing this, another Endallan and proper walks up to you, and they introduce themselves as, I am well, okay, not that name. Olenato. I am here to escort you to the parliamentary chambers. We are eagerly awaiting you.
Okay.
And they take you upstairs. This appears to be a large amphitheater type room. There are about 100 Endallan and up in the stands, and the ramp takes you right up to the speaking zone in front of them. They present you there, and the central person who appears to have a larger, fancier desk and more red and gold old coloring in their clothing, and stands up. I am Prime Minister Sarune of the Endallan and parliamentary system. I am to understand that you are the representatives from the United Federation of Planets.
Yes.
And you are Commander Graham Calder of the USS Dickbutt. Just
Ooh.
flat. No reaction, no recognition of that.
We're from the Svalinn, and that is the reason why the commander we bought is in a cryopod.
Elle will deactivate his comm badge and reactivate it just to try to make sure nothing wrong with the translator.
The translator indicates that that wasn't a translation error. Their mouth sounds literally made their mouth literally made the sound dick and butt, as if it was a formal name.
Well, that's well. I
Sounds like the GM made a dick butt move.
no. It's just. Yeah.
So you are saying there is an error in? Huh.
Yeah, your commander. It's commander's fault for the misunderstanding.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why he's in a stasis pod.
And at the prime minister stands up. I have failed a test of cunning, and someone has slipped me a false information, and I did not bother verifying it before our meeting our delegates. I hereby I secede my role and defer to they who showed me to be such a fool. And a slight
I will also throw in that the commander kind of did cheat in the game by making by using psionics suggestion to make us hit a different target.
They're unconcerned at this point as they change their outfit. They do a slight metamorphosis and remove the red and gold from their outfit, and someone else stands up and replaces them and metamorphoses back into red and gold with a slight smug look on their face. I am now the Parliament will now recognize as me a Glenaro as the Prime Minister of the Endallan and Parliament. May the record reflect that I have shown on our previous ruler to be foolish before the Parliament and before our esteemed guest here. Therefore, or showing that I am cunning.
L will whisper to the XO, if we're cunning, does that put us in charge of Parliament?
Yeah, so you literally just saw a change of secession right in front of your eyes.
I don't like this place.
No kidding.
And with that, they just pick up as if nothing happened. Very, very well. What? So, you were saying that you failed a test of cunning at the edge of your space.
Who said we failed?
Well, we failed to get a test, but we proved in another way that we're cunning.
Cocked her head enters inside. You failed in one test with firing upon on your own friendly vessel. Oh, and what other way have you proven to be cunning?
They know about that.
They don't.
Well, I'm going to explain by doing when the commander was holding our ship hostage, we were able to pull the knife out of his hand without him noticing it.
What exact language is do you use to describe that?
I pretty much saying that. Yeah, I'm pulling. Yeah, I pulled the metaphorical knife out of his hand while he was holding the ship hostage.
They want more details. In what way did he have the ship hostage? What test of cunning did he fail to pull on you?
above King, what does that mean? Like, because pretty much what happened was, yeah, we did fail the primary test, but we still they were still fighting, and when and at the near of the fight, like the commander tried to lift the ship apart with his tractor beam, but I was able to distract him long enough for my crew to transport a vital component from their tractor beam and make it useless.
Excellent. At that, they give a broad smile. Distracting by use of rhetoric, so you and your crew could disable his ship. That is indeed a show of cunning.
And also, after
Is that why our vessel was returned in tow and not under its own power?
Yes.
There's murmurs in the assembly.
Yes, I will also reiterate that that is also part of this test. Does the commander use psionic powers to make other people shoot a target to shoot a different target?
Deception is part of cunning. If you are not cunning enough to see through psionics or reason your way out of it, then and you are proving that one is more cunning than you.
Well, too, but how is that proven if they do just use the power just to make sure that you are shooting the disguised friendly ship? That seems more like a way of cheating and just allowing.
They cock their head at the word or cheating. What is this? There is there a negative connotation to this word? Our translators are having difficulty with it.
In our society, openness and honesty and fair play are kind of the foundations of our culture, as opposed to cunning and deceit.
Yeah, while our feet were able to, like, by I tried to explain a bit of cheating in by saying it but not doing so. The victory will become more genuine and less hollow.
But
You just
but by a use of cunning to achieve a victory is the results not the same?
well, if it's something like the equivalent of if you're winning a competition by taking all your opponent's work, that is a example of a hollow victory where you done it without proving that you do have the ability of doing so.
But if I have the cunning to take the work of someone else, doesn't that prove if that I am more cunning than the person who made the work and was unable to hold on to it?
That would just prove that yes, you are cunning, but that proves that you don't have the ability to actually do the field of work.
But I do not need to do the field of work. I already have the victory. They seem generally lost on this concept. This is completely foreign psychology for them.
Otter, shop dog, bog, check, cat.
You can and have a sidebar.
Okay.
Man,
So
I hate things. Oh well, above game. I hate these things more than Bradford now.
all right. So
And that tickles me as a GM. I love the fact that you hate these things.
Out of character.
Yeah. This is safe sidebar. They can't overhear this.
Elves, really catching on to this whole we gotta be the cunning, idea here. If you're going to get anywhere diplomatically with them, you're going to have to show them a cunning side. So I'm looking at transporter codes. Now, I'm not, out of the ones I'm looking at, I'm not seeing any of them being particularly perfect for this situation, but, it might be possible, to use a transporter code in a very cunning way to, just demonstrate power and cunning in such a way that their psionics wouldn't even be able to pick up.
Yeah, my concern is that whatever happens here, we're going to be dealing with someone who wants to basically pull one over on us to look good in front of everybody else and stay in charge. And we're never going to be able to, make nice with these people. It's just not the way they're wired.
Do you have like a formalized plan of action in L, or are you just spitballing at this point?
Considering some options. I mean, because L's not in charge, but it's L is definitely thinking, that the crew, if they want to get an upper hand in any negotiation with them here, that we need to make some sort of cunning move to gain an upper hand in any negotiation. Basically catch them by total surprise in one way or another. Alternatively, we can just cause confusion on them. That's not a bad idea, actually. Does anyone on the crew have like any? Did we bring any sort of like gifts or anything for them?
Nope. For 2 momentum, and you could have one.
Would we have had a conversation before beaming down about the society?
That's what the 2 momentum would cover. We need to go back and make sure this happens.
Did we not pick up a diplomat, or was that something that didn't happen?
That was something that did not happen.
Weren't
The-
they on the ecliptic? The ecliptic where it was with us.
They were on the rampart, but at the rampart was so badly damaged, the diplomat was also unfortunately lost. They were one of the dead.
Okay, so I think meta game a scene.
Depends, and you could make a diplomatic. You could make a diplomatic NPC and pull them onto the scene for a crew support.
I mean, doing that will not help us because we kind of access to the lost one of our tools that'll help us. So just pulling a substitute won't help us.
For 2 momentum, you could pull a formal gift for them. You do also have the bargaining chip of Commander Shastiri and in stasis.
Yeah, let Elf pull a gift of some sort.
What kind of gift?
Some sort of like gift of friendship. You know, this is basically like a first contact, right?
Yeah, this is first contact, but like what specifically is in the box?
A card and you know, a couple samplings of Starfleet fine desserts.
I doubt that they'll eat that.
It doesn't matter. L has a plan here. L has a plan.
Okay. So like a gift. So just a standard gift basket. You would also have like yield standard or diplomatic textbook of basically the UFP pamphlet of here's who we are, here's how we want to communicate with you, and that kind of stuff. But that's just assumed to be on the scene.
Okay, and then I will have to spend 2 momentum to set up an advantage though, and that advantage is we actually have a communicator in the basket. All right. And someone on the ship watching life signs specifically, and the trigger is when this is completely left alone, we beam it back up to the ship.
I see what's going on. Okay, so specifically, you want to have a basically a yield standard fruit basket to hand them, along with the UFP pamphlet, and then it doesn't have to be specifically a communicator, or you can have a nondescript transporter tag at the bottom of the basket, and set that up. For 2 momentum, I could have that at set up, and just whenever you say you want to activate it, you can beam it back up.
And where I'm going with this is give them the basket, all right? You know, they can, be all excited about it, and then, they set it aside so they can interact with us, and when they're not watching it, it disappears, and they will fight amongst themselves as to who was the most cunning, and they won't be able to figure out who it was.
Oh yeah, logically we do it.
Final answer?
Yes.
All right, I will spend 2 momentum to have you retroactively make that advantage. You do now have a fruit basket. Does it have to be okay? What specifically is in there? Because that kind of depends on how they will react to it.
Like desserts, like chocolate, cupcakes, stuff that comes in plentiful numbers, but in small portions.
Okay. Everyone else agree on that?
Captain, I think we should be direct with them. Tell them, we're looking to diplomatic relations with them and see what they want.
Okay.
Okay. While you are having the sidebar, funny enough, one of the Endallan and Parliament members begins seizing, sneezing, and they stand up and give a trill noise, and dust starts sprouting from their wrist. And one of the other diplomats stands up and goes, "I have drugged them with a Sonari plant earlier today, and now they are sporing in public. Like, I wish to show this as a demonstration of foolishness for not properly scanning their food, and I wish to have this member ejected from Congress immediately for being so foolish." And the Endallan in question, once they stop seizing and shooting spores all over the place, kind of demurely he steps down from their desk and walks out of one of the wings. And then another Endallan from down below comes up and takes his place. But yeah, you are now back on scene, and you have the attention of the Parliament.
So they got a good look at the basket, and they
do you present the you present the basket at this point, or do you want to speak some more?
Elle will present it. Yeah.
Okay. You present the basket, and what do you say as you're presenting it?
Say, here is an offer of friendship from the Federation.
They take the Parliament president.
We recognize your cunning skills.
That helps. They accept the offering. They look it over. They take a small scanning device and give it a once over. At this point, actively, on a scale of 1 to 5, how hard would it be to find that at transporter or transponder?
Transporter tag?
Yep. On a scale of 1 to 5, how difficult do you want to be to find that?
5.
Okay. Someone has to retroactively make a let's make that daring or control engineering difficulty 5. Engineering or security. So yeah, I'm having like so many different things going on.
Could I use a direct on him?
Yep.
And I'm going to ban my pike metal. Give it a +2.
Okay. Who's taking the lead on this?
Ross, if you do it and use 5 dice, I'll burn the double the focus range metal. Because it'd probably be opposed anyways.
Yeah, this is kind of opposed. You're setting up the difficulty by hiding it, and then they have to hit that difficulty in order to find it.
So I could do my daring engineering.
Yep. Or
And-
control engineering or security, however you want to do that.
I think control engineering would be the most beneficial.
But yeah, if you can burn, use all 5 dice, then because that's how I know to make best use of that metal.
So we've got 3 momentum.
And you already have +2 successes from me because I gave you a direct with my pike metal.
So you got the pike metal and a star cross.
Okay, so we use a point of momentum to get me a 3rd dice, and then
I think, in my opinion, spend 3 momentum to give yourself 4 dice.
all 3. Okay, I will do that and roll 4.
Okay, and one more person can assist. Elle, do you want to assist on this?
Yes.
So you gain back 2 momentum.
Well, no, it's gonna be an opposed.
Well, I mean, no. The goal is to make it difficulty 5.
Yeah, you have to hit the diff 5 roll.
That's not.
I would
Ross,
like to
did you have
spend my
a
Medal of Honor.
focus on this?
No, I didn't think I did.
Uh,
Well, even if he didn't, that first one is a 2, so that would be it anyways.
yep. But if you have do you have a focus in transporters? I thought.
No, not transporters.
Okay.
Deflector shields, force field, maybe?
Nope. Different tech.
If you
Okay.
had a focus, that would gain another one on top of the one there.
But yeah, Medal of Honor. That is at least that 2 would fire. And then you're gonna use, and then you're using your Legion of Honor to quash L's complication. So complication doesn't stand. So
Yep, that's
2,
what I'm doing.
4, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so you seriously hide and bury this transponder. It is now their turn. They have to do insight security. They do have a focus. I'm going to spend 3 threat to activate their value. I am cunning, not foolish. And then for 3rd dice, and then 2.
Can we add a advantage to make it extra harder?
Spend 2 to make an advantage to increase that.
Yes.
All right, that will increase their complication.
Okay.
And they don't have any talents to go with this. This is kind of silly, but oh no.
That missed the mark.
2. No, because a burned determination, so that's 5, 6. But a complication.
They didn't have a value for it, so how can you use determination without a value?
They do have a value.
Oh.
Yep. This is a notable NPC. Notable NPCs have values, and the value used is I am cunning, not foolish.
I have an idea for that complication.
I'm open to suggestions because technically they do hit at this point.
He notices it, but decides to. You know what? I'm gonna keep this so I could jump up one step higher in the hierarchy and just keep it in his pocket without knowing how to act, how it works.
They also don't know what it would do or
They
why
they
it's
do have transporter technology, so he would recognize it. But I like that.
Well, more of the idea of instead of the basket disappearing, he disappears.
That's a good complication.
Okay, so he rummages through the basket. He appears to pick something up, or they appear to pick something up, but they appear to pocket it, and then they begin distributing it among the distributing the treats among the rest of the Congress.
The trigger hasn't changed.
Trigger has not changed. The trigger's going to be whenever you call it.
Yeah, so the trigger was whenever the signal from that device was alone in a room.
Yep. Okay. At this point, I think they consider among themselves and go, what is our intention upon coming to our world today?
To begin negotiations with you and not start a conflict with you. Well, between us.
You do not wish conflict? Why is that?
The Federation doesn't always treat conflict as the first and only option. We prioritize peace over war.
This appears to be a foolish action. Why would you not use cunning and war or to gain superiority over or those around you?
But before one of the founding members of the Federation in sort of space traveling, I think there were people who used cunning and were to get what they wanted, but doing so they almost ended their own species. Well, and because of that, we decided to focus more on peace and science.
Above game aim, I'm assuming you're referring to the Earth-Romulan War and how that was the catalyst for the Federation.
That and also the stuff before the Federation's first contact day, like the eugenics war and stuff.
Okay.
And maybe also the Romulans. But I will not say the names of the Romulans.
Okay. You can definitely tell a story without giving any specific names, but generally tell you're generally trying to tell the history of the Federation and how before your government formed, armed you were a bunch of different species, and someone else came in and tried to trick you, but it was by banding together or as allies that you were able to defeat the Romulans. Is that kind of the gist?
Yes, and also supposed to go in history the other ways that the Federation have bested people of cunning.
I like this. I'm gonna say this is gonna be a bit difficult. Spending some threat to make this a bit more difficult, but presence and command. Difficulty 4, complication 3. Part of that complication is they're not familiar with these events, and you are skirting around specific names and trying to tell a general story while still conveying what happened.
Yeah, the reason I'm not saying this because I don't want them to instantly just say, forget you will meet with the Romulan.
Yep, that makes sense. And so it does make the tale a bit more complicated to tell, but this is definitely possible.
Okay, I'm gonna spend a momentum and take 2 threats.
Okay. And I will allow one person to assist us in your story by helping with details.
Goss.
Alrighty.
And focus in diplomacy or history or
How about Federation law and politics?
this isn't law of politics, this is more or history.
Well, let's do this goal.
Oh, that is a sweet roll.
Nice.
All right. So that is 6, 7, 8 on a diff 4. 4 momentum generated as you go as far back as the eugenics war, and you kind of work your way through Federation history of how different races have tried to pull cunning tricks on the Federation as a whole, but you have found that by working together and through cooperation and peace, you were able to overcome each of these challenges. And some of these foes were bigger than you, they had better tech, they had more resources, but even then you were able to outwit all of these different forces through cunning and through the unification, the unified efforts of all the different planets of the Federation.
Actually, what Ross said in chat hit it on the nail. Can any of us do like a history or insight?
Dharmaka Tanagra?
Yeah. So,
referring to what? What are you trying to pick up on?
Specifically from Tamarian language, Picard and Dathon at Eladri, which meant the successful first contact between two alien cultures, or to work together toward a common goal.
You could reference that in the story. Part of the problem is, in order for that reference to work, you would have to name names in that. Would you like to drop that bomb?
Generalize the context of it.
They seem to be okay. So, in referring to that specific context, they are generally intrigued, and the idea of So, our government has met many cunning foes, but you did not respond with your own cunning. You responded with cooperation instead of sending in your best. You sent each other.
Not always.
Whenever possible, we try and work together diplomatically and cooperatively to achieve a mutually beneficial goal.
But how can you be so sure that a goal and a means of getting there is beneficial and the best way of doing it if you do not test a goal first? If you do not debate and find weaknesses is in a goal or method? Do you always work or together blindly, or do you have test and cunning and means of rationalizing with each other?
We take small steps to achieve what we call trust.
I think
Trust
I'm
is
going
built
to
over
try
time.
and explain to him the context of his contacts.
As soon as you bring up trust, they kind of have a reaction of that is just another form of foolishness. Why would you be foolish to another person? Why would you allow yourself to be foolish to a different a different person who does not share who does not share your mind?
I will say that with a trust with trust people could have the possibility of even communicating without even saying words, vocally or psionically.
We just lose out.
So by working together and trust, you manage to be more or cunning together by being foolish together.
It is taking a leap of faith to trust someone and not make yourself foolish. But if you do it, carefully and over time, and you build that trust, then you won't look foolish to yourself or to the other person.
Ross, give me a presence command and difficulty 3 for that argument.
I'll use a point of momentum for that.
Do you have a reroll all in your pocket?
Yeah, I could have used determination to reroll that. Other cultures interesting.
This is a very interesting culture. I will allow that.
Yeah, I was doing so well.
Would there be time to also explain the flip side, where there have been time where the Federation has been cunning when it's had to be? And I have a perfect example, actually.
They will relish in tales of you describing your cunning.
Okay, there you
go. Can you summarize that for the audience?
For the audience, referencing the next gen episode Redemption, when the Federation set up the detection net expect the Romulans to try to cross the border and set a trap for them when they try to get supplies to the Klingon Empire.
Okay, so the Romulans were planning to sneak weapons to the Klingons to start a civil war, and the Federation and set a trap with a tachyon detention and net to catch them.
Yep.
And are you doing the same thing as everyone else in avoiding proper nouns?
Sorry, my Discord reset. Was there a reason why everyone was doing that?
Calder was avoiding improper nouns just to not alert them to some of the enemies that you have made, in case they want to go out and form an alliance with them.
Yeah, I could definitely avoid proper nouns.
Okay. Same thing. And if you want to present the story, this is Presence Command, and in difficulty 3. If you just want onto sidebar and hand Calder the story so he can tell it, he can take the main role, or if you want, you can stand up and present this yourself.
I would, yeah, it's probably best to let Calder do it. So I would just make reference to the Stardates, hoping he knows exactly what L's referring to.
I'll explain it.
Okay.
Captain, I also have a suggestion.
What was that?
I have a suggestion as well. Perhaps we should offer to help them achieve a goal using cooperation as an example. And we can ask them, hey, is there something you've been trying to do that you haven't been able to do through cunning that we could probably do together to show you how cooperation works?
I like that direction.
AFK 1 second. Muting Discord, and you guys can still hear me. Okay, this is going very well. They are hitting some good points. They're bringing up some good Federation and history to make this, to make these points. I'm going to say above game right now. There's a very good chance that they could walk away from this as convincing the Endallan into not necessarily join, but definitely be allies with the cunning and clever Federation and through means of cooperation. As you can tell, there is definitely some hangups on the idea of cooperation. That word actually translates to another form of foolishness for them. But this could be good. Anyways, just wanted to do a cool GM sidebar. Now back to action. And back. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes.
hear you.
Okay, cool. All right. Presence Command Div 3.
So give me a minute.
Yep.
I'll get the goal goodie. Take a threat, and I'll spend 2 momentum.
Okay.
What's the difficulty and comp range?
It is difficulty 3, complication 2 if you're avoiding proper nouns.
I'm avoiding proper nouns.
Okay.
I'm regoing that 0.
Okay. Fishing. All right, diff 3, and you have 6. So that is 3 momentum generated. They listen to you tell all these stories and all these different examples of working together or to defeat more cunning enemies, and they're really hung up on the idea of trust. They have a really they almost have a visceral reaction to the word or trust. You don't know if it's a translation issue or not. But
Prime Minister, let me give you a concrete example of how something like cooperation can work. Do you have a disease or a condition on your planet among your population that causes a problem? Perhaps with Federation technology and medical technology, we can help you fix that problem.
You were saying, Calder?
I was about to say I know you heard evidence, but would you gotta see evidence?
We would be interested in physical examples. Stories and regalings are encouraged, but as you can tell, public examples of cunning tend to carry more weight. Perhaps if we could review historical logs of these cunning acts you have described, we might be persuaded to more trusting talks. As for any diseases or problems, we do have a problem of the, and let me make sure I get this name right. We do have an invasive species on the planet that is causing trouble within our ecosystem. If they are not cunning, they are a nuisance. They are beneath our ability to psionically detect and control.
But in most nuisances, have to be cunning to be a nuisance.
In order to be cunning, you have to have a nervous system. This creature doesn't have a centralized nervous system.
Well, you would show yourself to be a great leader if you worked with another species to help eradicate this problem. Would the populace of your planet appreciate you for doing that? Getting rid of that nuisance?
Prime directive.
Literally time to active, like the second directive.
Prime directive applies here.
If they openly ask for help, you can intervene.
True.
You know, I was gonna go in the example of possibility of finding a like example of using replicators to give them a new source of food, like for example, in case if the goblins do want to take over the world for its resources, one way that they would do it is to try and have these boys revolt.
The Yalto will not revolt. They are too loyal, and it is part of our culture or that they are beneath us.
Even if
Okay. So right now on the table, you are offering to help with this is not infectious, this invasive species issue, and also to offer replicator technology to supplement in their air food supply.
yeah, but for first we need to actually the whole replicator science to actually see if the replicator can do this.
And also, just to be a fair, I did spend 2 threat to change something behind the scenes.
Okay.
At this point, they consider and go, very, very well. We shall convene among ourselves and speak for or a term in order to debate the merits of working alongside you in a cunning fashion. In the meantime, you and your crew may indulge yourselves upon our city and culture, and bask in the wonder that is our cunning. We shall reach out to you at the end of the solar day in order to speak with you. And at that, they morph a fist into a large air camel, or bang it on their desk, and then they try to get up. But the prime minister appears to be affixed to their chair, and the old prime minister walks in and says, "As Glenaro has been shown to be foolish by sitting into a seat with adhesive on it. I present this as an example of foolishness, yes, and hereby retake the prime minister her position." And at that, they have yet another change of leadership right before your eyes, and you are dismissed.
Anyone else planning on banging their head into a wall?
Which one has the transporter tag?
Let me get the proper names up. The one with the transporter tab is Glenelg. The current current prime minister is Unato. And I'll put these.
And we'll go over to Gennaro and ask him if he enjoyed the gifts.
The discussion and was more stimulating than in the gifts. While the starch in the fat in this treat is intriguing, in our biology, he does not accept them too well.
How many times in a day does the prime minister seat generally change?
It varies. It depends on how cunning the current prime minister is.
On average, how many times a day does it change?
This was a rare exception. Usually a prime minister can and hold a position in for or several months at a time. I have been in attempting to overthrow Onato for several months now. Seeing that your
And
ship,
how close?
seeing that
How
your
close have
ship,
you done it?
this was as one of the better opportunities I've had.
Anyone got anything else to say? Anyone else looking for options?
I'm just intently concerning that, well, like internally concerned about will the tag be a problem? I don't know, maybe.
It's an efficient form of government. It makes sure that at the people who are in charge are indeed the most cunning and the most clever.
At the moment.
I mean, there's also the chance, yeah, like there are two like, well, yeah, what if there are two people who are equally cunning, but one focuses more on using their ability to be towards their people, while the other one just wants the title.
Glenaro seems to be quite earnest as that they believe that they are the most cunning and should be in charge. At this point, you have free reign of the planet and its surface. Would you like to go exploring? Please do. I put a lot of hard work into this species. No.
Okay, let's go. But I doubt we eat any of the food. Unless you enjoy the food that was in the Temple of Doom.
Chilled monkey brains.
Exactly.
All right. You see that on the second level, all this appears to be where bureaucratic work is done. And there's different offices there's different offices is to make complaints or discuss local regional laws and this kind of stuff. And there's the pit in the bottom, and that there are a couple Endallan and that are looking over the edge. You also have the wider market place where one thing I've noticed is that you haven't found any like definable districts. Like, there's just this central government building, and then everything else seems to be a marketplace. And you haven't found anything that looks like a residential area. And again, as you're walking through the districts, you have various Endallan that are trying to hawk goods at you, and they are trying to sell you puzzle boxes and riddle books and various as hollow technologies. Go ahead and give me Insight Command difficulty 2.
Okay, believe this, Migos.
Sure.
Take a threat, GM.
Okay.
Will leadership, forensic, diplomacy, or self-belief all work?
I'll say forensics.
Re-rolling that 0.
Nice.
Okay.
Gain one back.
One moment.
Now
Yep.
we'll turn to the captain and offer a joke. It'll say, "Why did the Endallan cross the road?"
Why?
Cunningly think they were avoiding traffic.
Womp womp womp.
That's funny. Didn't laugh.
As you are observing the marketplace, and you've seen several attempts at shoplifting. Some of them are caught, and the person and the person and who was caught just kind of slinks away. But you find one specific instance where the Endallan in question grabs a puzzle box and begins walking away. A few moments later, the shop owner notices, catches as them, and then kind of gives a congratulatory nod and acceptance of, very well. Oh, you have shown cunning in taking this, and you have shown me to be foolish in how I set up my shop. Therefore, or you may keep this puzzle box. There's also seems to be a absolute rampant copyright violations, is for lack of a better term, lots of very similar devices is with different personal branding on them.
What is the second highest position in their government?
A member of their parliamentary council or parliament. Yeah.
What is it?
A member of parliament.
But what's the actual title? For the second in charge. Yeah. Past the prime minister.
Vice minister, which is mostly an appointed position.
And let me guess, they serve at the pleasure of the prime minister.
Of course. and they have to be cunning. They
Oh man, this would be nuts.
You find that walking around on the edge of town, they do have large wooden fencing with electrically charged wires strung in between them. They're like heavy stockade style fencing around the edge of town. The river system also has several. They look like air powered hovercrafts, with giant fans, and they use that for propulsion, and they are constantly moving up and down on the river. But there doesn't seem much in the way of actual land vehicles, wheeled or otherwise.
Does the fencing look defensive?
It does look defensive. But the spacing is as such that if you wanted to, you could kind of duck your way through it, or they have humanoid size gates at various locations.
Are there any warning signs that would explain what's beyond the fence?
No, there's not.
I'll ask the closest Endallan, what's out there beyond the fence?
Well, all sorts of wild creatures that we cannot control. In particular, this fencing is to defend us from the Phoenici.
What is that?
They are a herd animal that is prone to stampeding. Quite destructive. It took us many generations to develop a technology to corral them. But they are of no particular use to us because their brain mass is so small that they do not provide nutrition.
What did he call the critters again?
I shall copy the name and paste it to you. The Phoenici.
Are these like herbivores or?
They do not specify, but if you ask, they clarify that they are indeed herbivores.
But they're destructive to your settlements and civilizations.
Correct. We had trouble in our early civilization in effectively corralling them because of their herd nature. It was very difficult for us to effectively use psionics against them. We could psionically affect one, but the rest of the herd would continue. This electrical fencing seems to be the best means of defense.
Do they have any other value? You said they're not used as food stock or anything. They're just a nuisance animal for the most part.
They do have a biological niche that they fill. For example, eating low-lying plants, that allows these trees to grow out of their young state. So they are kept around, to keep the balance in our nature.
I think if we can use this to our advantage, such as teaching them herding techniques or something like that. Anybody got any ideas on if we can do anything with that or not?
I mean, they already have herding. I mean, they herd the Yalto pretty well.
Psionically, though, right?
Not directly. No. At least not from what you can see. Most of the Yalto seem to be doing small menial tasks. The ratio you see on screen is fairly accurate to the population ratio. For every one Endallan, there's at least 4 or 5 Yalto running about. The Yalto aren't doing any complicated tasks. They're doing small repetitive tasks. And again, every once in a while, you see a old sickly Yalto or a Yalto, that breaks their leg or is injured in some way. The Endallan just scoops them up and takes them upstairs. and they're not seen for quite a while.
I'll ask my Endallan friend here what happens to the Alto that are taken up there.
Well, if they can no longer provide any a physical labor, we use them for other means. It's generally not wise to waste the biomass. Actually, quite interesting enough. Go ahead and give me an insight command difficulty 2. And seeing that interaction. You're not sure, but yeah, you're not particularly sure, but the Yato, the injured Yato does like make attempts to pick itself back up. There are some attempts from the other Yato to try to pick them up as well, getting back on the feet. But after the Endallan shows up, Yato seems to, the rest of the Yato seem to bow and make a semicircle around them. And the injured Yato just, they don't put up a fight. They kind of resign themselves to their fate at that point. But again, and the Yato are showing signs of sentience, of communication and working together, and all the classic signs of sentience that U.S. Starfleet officers would recognize. But the Endallan in that you're talking to seems to indicate, yeah, if they can't do physical labor, or we use their biomass for something else.
Gee, I guess doing something about that would be a prime directive, Buster.
Maybe. Is there anything else you would like to do? You have free reign of the planet.
I still want to talk more with Gilnaro.
Glenaro?
Yeah.
They're busy in the Parliament chambers, or is at this point they're discussing your proposal.
I'm trying to talk to one of the Yalto. Are they able to understand me and communicate?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm just going to ask him, how, what is the relationship between your people and the Endallans? What's the history of that?
They're quite. At first, the Yato all you pick out is hammering away on some wood stuff and making a simple shelving system of sorts. And they, as you're speaking to them, they blink, and then they point to the Endallan in the front of the shop.
Is that your boss?
That is that is master.
Does he mind that you speak with me?
Why speak me? They are Endallan. I'm Yato.
Our culture is curious about everything, big or small.
The Endallan and does poke his head around the shop and see who's talking. He just kind of shrugs it off. Okay. What? No. Endalla, no.
Are the Yalto native to this planet? Do they come from somewhere else?
Native?
Have the Yalta always been here on this place?
Yalto and Endallan always here since its first times.
Endallans have always been here?
Yalto, oh, here, Endallan here. Yalto, Endallan, and Henshin.
Henshin?
Gestures
What are they?
Gestures vaguely around. And then they indicate three levels: Yalto, Endallan, Henshin.
Hey, Captain.
Yes.
This Yalto indicates that there's another higher order species above the Endallan called the Henshin.
Okay.
We might be more productive trying to speak with one of them.
Yeah, I'll ask one of the Endallan who are the Henshin.
The Endallan looks at you curiously. Where did you hear that word?
Come around.
The Henshin and is one of our guardian spirits. It's part of our mythology.
Like a god?
Not singular like that. Yeah,
What
more of
deity than God?
it's more or it's more or of the place Endallan go when we die. When an Endallan and dies, as they become a Henshin and they return to the swamp to watch over the place.
So the spirit of one of your ancestors.
I suppose that's a means of putting it. It is part of our mythology that if we are cutting enough and when we pass, we will become the protector spirits of our home. And in times of great need, we call upon the Henshin to give us clever plans and to help us as in times of need.
They give cunning dice.
Is there any other kind?
Question: did he not recognize the double meaning there?
They did. They kind of acknowledge it. What of your or mythology?
Well, the various members of the Federation all have different mythologies from their home worlds, but I guess most of us, you might say, are somewhat on what they call agnostic. We don't hold a particular belief in the spiritual or the supernatural. For the most part, there's some that do.
They pause at the mention of agnostic. The henshin was a belief from the old times, but over time we became more cunning, and we realized that we could not detect the spirits through any scientific means, and there was no sense of transformation from an Endallan form into a possible henshin form.
Sounds like the henchman have been very cunning.
Perhaps it could be another means of cunning, but that does not mean that we do not continue seeking.
How foolish.
There's some that believe, there are some that do not. The Yalto are particularly religious, and we allow them to be. It seems to make our relationship. It seems to make the relationship between us go more smoothly. Did you have any other questions?
No, thank you. You've been most helpful, most cunning.
Do any of the Endallans carry weapons?
Some of them have some sort of energy rifle, but none of them are energy pistol. None of them seem to have any melee weapons of sorts.
So, are these energy rifles pretty noticeable at least?
Some of them are. Some of them are fairly well hidden. There's some Endallans that are not walking with a weapon, but they have a couple guard our buds walking behind them.
What about the ones in the government building?
Various. Depends on who they are.
Captain, I don't know if there's going to be a whole lot we can do with setting up any kind of diplomatic relationship with a culture like this. Doesn't seem to be any technological or resource advantage we would gain from having a relationship with them, and they also indulge in the slavery of another species. Is this in the course of the right course we should be taking?
Hard to say, and I'd rather not go to war with them.
Well, yeah, we shouldn't go to war with them, but we don't have to be friends with them.
I mean, you remember the main reason why we were here, because they attacked, so they sort of attacked the colony.
Yeah, and that was kind of their way of first contact. They encounter an alien species, they test it to see how cunning it is by attacking it in some way.
Well, I meant more them with the whole cousin mind controls and the whole mind side that caused 11 deaths. I meant before we went to the dice side.
Yeah, the first contact on Bellatrix.
Yeah. And them saying they don't talk to
They appear to be talking to food now.
Yeah, because we sort of succeeded in the past.
Yeah, we showed that we're not the equivalent of Yalto.
Yeah, but they still hate someone. will aid a member of members of the Federation.
Barring some type of cultural breakthrough, I don't know if we're going to get through to these people on any meaningful level.
Well, maybe we just have to.
I
be more
mean,
cunning.
one step closer with proving that cunning isn't the only way to get something done.
It is at this point, L, an Endallan walks up to you.
Yeah.
Can I speak to you is someplace more private? You and your crew.
L will look at the captain.
Any reason why the talk needs to be private?
To prevent foolishness.
To allow us to pick the place that will be able to talk in private.
We can agree on a place to talk to private.
L will say, Captain, we could go to the transporter room on the ship.
Yeah, that'll be helpful because.
And L will just simply say, Protocol 5.
Okay, and what does that do?
Drop it in chat. Oh wait, I missed it. There.
Yep.
Bad link. Oh no, it's good. Yeah, so basically it let the transporter operator know disable any weapons.
Okay.
And this is just for like later use.
Okay, so you want to hold this clandestine meeting in your transporter room?
Huh?
You intend to hold this clandestine meeting on the transporter room, or?
Yeah, in our own transporter room. Beam up to the ship. And just talk to them in the transporter room, and then come back down.
Okay. And the sounds of Endallan Prime go away as you beam to your ship's interior for a hot minute. Beam onto the transporter room. The transporter chief is shocked to see an alien in there, miss, and like, Captain, I'm assuming this is okay.
Yes.
I will say thank you, Chief. If you don't mind, would you excuse us for a minute? We just need the transporter room for a few minutes.
And very well, sir. And with that, they walk out the door and lock it, just in case.
All right. Here we go. Absolute privacy.
Very, very well. And they pull a scanner and move it around the room. Is this room recording anything besides standard ship recording activity on board?
Nothing special.
Very well. This is Gabnel, or at least a simulacrum of Gabnerel. Or Gennaro. Goodness. The first Endallan and the second Prime Minister you talk to, Gennaro. And they subtly shift and they look a lot more like the second Prime Minister you talk to. We are it. I am not sure or what my opponent thinks, but I believe that cooperation might be useful for the continuation and of our government. And I wish to make sure or that can happen.
Okay. What do you propose?
First, you need to do a show of great cunning, something to show that you are more clever than an Lunato. This will show that you are clever enough to speak with us on equal terms. We do have open relations with several species, but it is in a limited capacity. And most species we find out in the galaxy are mammalian or reptilian of sorts. Some avian. But we have yet to find another species that is fungal. And with the way our appetites are going, I believe that if we continue expanding into new space, we are going to be foolish if we're going to be shown as a threat to other people. I wish to make us not threats. You mentioned replicator technology. There's a small but growing portion of our population that is trying to make us not eat the live brains of a Yalto or any other species. We believe that this is biologically possible, but we are having trouble with such developments. If we could move our dietary needs into something more acceptable, we would have an easier time in dealing with other species. And so we could grow and become more cunning in the galaxy.
Have you tried fishing?
There's complications in us eating. There's difficulties in us consuming brains of small mass and brains of small complexity. We've been in working on this in secret for 100 years, and there's also the social upheaval that such a change in our culture would cause. But me and the rest of my faction believe that this is a step in the right direction. How complicated is your replicator technology?
I think with a good way to be able to do something.
That would be a further step down the line, but we wish just to wean ourselves off using the Yalto as food. Are you familiar with the Henshin religion?
We've heard a little bit.
Yeah, heard a bit of it.
Have you heard what we told the Yalto about it?
That they're your spiritual guardians.
And that when a Yalto dies and is consumed by an Endallan, they will be born as another Endallan.
Which makes them willing to be disposed of.
There's a reincarnation belief that we instill and reinforce.
Oh, they become one of the extensions.
Yep.
I think it's more. Yeah, this is like the of almost the Dominion hierarchy, but there's a second god in that totem pole.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking, yeah, more like the changelings.
Yeah, like more like what? Yeah, like Jim had our bottom, Torch.
And then
I'm
the
thinking
changeling
more
top.
like
Yeah.
changeling.
No, well, more like these guys kind of think that they're gods, and these gods have their own gods. If you get it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the Yalto are told that if they die and is consumed by an Endallan, they move to the next step of the reincarnation cycle if they are worthy and good little servants.
Yeah.
But there are those of us as that believe that the Yalto are capable of greater things without us lying to them.
I mean, yeah, if you already have the genetic data of like what is like the stuff that you would need to eat, you could probably modify the current patterns in the replicator to at least try to.
The problem is that only part of our digestion is actually converting a biomass into our own. And another more critical part is the actual absorption of memories and neurochemicals within a mammalian brain. That is actually more substantive to us and is a more critical part of our diet. Without eating the proper amount of neurotransmitters, our own cognitive abilities begin to dwindle, even if provided significant biomass. that is the trouble that we've been having. And also conducting our research in secret. If you think that he is lying to you, you can definitely do Insight Command difficulty 2.
Yeah, I'm inciting him.
Please do.
I'm 1/3 momentum for 4 dice.
Mm-hmm.
That's 3 momentum.
Indeed it is. As far as you can tell, they are earnest, and they are definitely willing to make a significant philosophical change. They just need help in doing it with someone with different and more advanced technology, and someone and who can conduct this research outside of the prying eye.
Okay. I think that's a possibility, but like able to do that, but you would also need to figure out a way to kind of break the news about the truth of what happened when the Alto are consumed, because they might have a negative reaction finding out that you're no longer eat them, so that they won't be able to incarnate into a well,
I'll
quote
ask a
unquote.
question. Gnarl.
Yes.
Within this cunning versus foolish, where do Endallans draw the line between cunning and outright lying, or say making a promise and breaking a promise? Is that actually cunning, or is there or does the word integrity thing?
They seem quite confused at this concept, and like, why would, if you have the opportunity to make a promise, why I would someone not be cunning enough to ensure that you follow through with it? And if you had the opportunity to read through some of the bylaws and stuff that they give you, actually, yeah, let's retroactively do this. Someone give me a reason, con, or command difficulty 3 to look through their laws really quick.
I can do reason, and I have a research focus. I'm just not so great with command. Reasoning, command. What difficulty?
Difficulty 3. There's a lot of paperwork to go through.
So would you say L has to fly through paperwork to figure this out?
Yeah, and this is also kind of going back over the past while.
All right, never. Determination. Never waste an opportunity to fly.
That is a stretch, but I'll take it.
It is a stretch, but you answered my question.
Red tape focus would work. Would you like to assist in this or take lead? Actually, yeah, you would have to assist if you wanted to, Rost.
Okay, what was it?
Reason command or reason con. right, so we have +2 on the table. L, would you like to purchase additional dice?
I don't think so if I'm using the determination.
All right, you may roll when ready. So that is 5 on difficulty. All right, so you have to float. To answer your question, they do give you like their little pamphlet of here's our culture, here's our laws.
It'd be 3 float.
It was difficulty 3.
I thought you said 2 there, but
No, it's difficulty 3 because it's a lot of paperwork. Yeah, in their pamphlet of here's our planet and welcome into Endallan Prime. They don't have laws against stealing, against perjury, against theft, against slander or lying. They don't cover that. Nope, nothing of that concept. Their laws seem to be focused on if you can get away with it, you're obviously more cunning than the lawmakers.
Is there any sort of reversal clause on this anywhere? Basically saying you're not cunning because you broke the law in the process.
If you're caught doing it, then obviously you're not cunning. That's the stipulation. If you're caught, you're not cunning, and then therefore you're guilty. But if you're not caught, then you are cunning and you can get away with it. And it's specifically getting caught in the act. If you can get away with the act, and then later on, and you can go ha, I stole this thing, then you're cunning.
Are duels allowed?
They don't really duel. That's I mean, they do have fight rings. They do have like informal fight rings and stuff, but that's more of a sport, not a means of settling debates. They settle debates by oration
or by religion.
Mm-hmm.
I trust me, I've got something in mind. I'm just not saying it yet. I'm not in the right situation. Elle wants to get back down to their meeting hall.
Commander, are you willing to assist us?
We'll try our best.
How about a bet?
A bet concerning what? And what will you wager?
A bet with Onato. And the wager is if whose gods are more powerful, and if they win, he's cunning and we are foolish, and I'm open to suggestions on what their winning would be. But if we win, then they agree to cooperate with us fully in working on finding better food sources.
That sounds like a public test of cunning to me. What would you do?
Well, so I will tell Ganato here. Well, as his vice minister, he trusts you, doesn't he?
No, that is foolish. Trust is foolish.
Okay. But your job is to assist him, correct?
Mostly. It is also my job to ensure that the Prime Minister is cunning enough to do their job. Also, we still have two floats.
I challenge that our gods are more powerful than your guys' gods.
I feel like you're trying to overcomplicate this when we all got a plan.
Also,
Calder, keep in mind the transporter code 5. That's out of character, by the way. I'm not going to say that in front of.
yeah.
So his weapon got disabled in transport. So L wants to get him to give his rifle to the other guy, try to shoot L, and show that L's gods protected him. Because L knows that the weapon's already disabled.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to veto that. And also the Endallan aren't as religious as you think they are. It's the Yalto that are religious.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna veto the challenging the gods. You could challenge them in general, but invoking gods kind of complicates this. It's more out of character and in character.
Alright.
Alright, Captain, what's the plan?
So, all we have to do is just, if I could call, what he's asking is find an alternative food source.
Yes.
Okay, that doesn't seem too impossible. And he'll support us with anything it give us.
Yeah, they can give you any research material or physical material that you need.
Okay, if we could get their biological data, it could help us find out if there is a possibility of finding an alternative food source. Maybe there's a way to do it with like the same way how the betas at Benzite have those respirators. If you could catch what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. An artificial means of supplementing their biology outside of their native environment.
Yeah, like that. Yeah.
Okay. Last call for this float before it disappears.
Got any suggestions, fellow party members?
Well, if they need a
some sort.
if they need to supplement, excuse me. What about trying to figure out a way to make those cattle critters? What were they?
Ooh, the Phoenici. Yeah.
Somehow more of what they need as opposed to giving them replicator technology. Maybe some type of breeding techniques to
possibility. I will say on that is possibility, but I will also ask for inside command roll difficulty 1. You specifically, Ross, if you're considering this. And you have yet another float. That is certainly a possibility, but the only way to do that and do that quickly would be genetic engineering, which is a big landmine in Federation law. In order to artificially make a race a successful food in a different situation, you would have to do genetic engineering, while that is done in terms of horticulture and agriculture or in animal stocking stuff. In order to make the Phoenici have enough brain mass in order to be an acceptable food source, you are treading dangerously close to artificially creating sentient
cows.
Yep, you're dangerously close to making sentient cows, which would be all sorts of Federation legalese slamming on top of you.
Yeah, so I think the applicated way is the way to go.
All right, flea float. What are we doing with it? 4 poofs.
Let's give.
On a persuasion check.
I mean, we can use 3 plus the 1 momentum we have to give ourselves 2 advantage.
Yep. What are we using it for?
Any suggestion?
Either advantages towards something or story base of how this information you've gathered would help.
Let's go in the advantage spend of making an impossible thing possible by saying that there is a possibility of giving them something like the Benzite's breathing attachment thing that'll allow them to convert certain food matters.
An IV with nutrition value.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so using that, you're changing the story area to say that you can make some sort of device or some sort of artificial replicated food stuff that will satisfy their biological needs. This is a possibility.
Well, more in a way to say that if they put this thing on like say in foods will give them the nutritional value they need.
Yep.
Yeah, like,
okay. So impossible task is now possible. For the second one,
1 advantage minus a difficulty towards making it.
all right, sounds good.
Bam! Now we could convert these guys to the power of pizza.
Yep, you're basically helping them become vegetarians.
Well, I mean more like yeah. Well, more or less, more like there are more meat options instead of just eating it quick and raw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like trying to tell someone who's always eat sushi that there's more ways of eating fish.
Okay,
not a correct analogy, but more like
we're getting there. Yeah, I'm picking up what you're throwing down. There is still the a big issue of what to do culturally, because there is a cultural mandate of, exalting the Yalto and also dominion in over their planet.
Unless you want to go in the... want to say that you receive some form of message from... we'll tell the Alto that you received a message from the gods that there is a new way of counting it as being a Yalto by that they could cunning they could get the same citizen class as you. Well, that's the way of solving the Yalto end.
Okay. At this point, and get my name again. Glenaro nods. Very well. The meeting is still, the parliament is still in discussion, and if you want, I could delay them for a couple more hours to give you time to work on this.
Yes. That all the and any help you can give us would be grateful.
Okay. If you can spend 2 in momentum, and you can have 24 hours to get this done.
Yep. Good. And if we're doing all these checks now, or did you plan on having it to be continued going down?
You know what? I think we can squeeze this in now. I think we can get this done in a couple of extended task rolls.
Okay, then I will say we should activate our supporting.
Yep. As you guys are now getting down to business. And let's change up this music. Excuse me. Okay, so we have a couple things on the table. Number one, and we have the cultural mandate of changing in Yalto religion. So we have to figure that out. We also... Okay. So changing Yalto religion, and then replicating new food, or supplementing. And then we have the big challenge of cunningly replacing the prime minister. All right.
That was kind of what I was going for earlier.
Yep.
Oh, religion.
Yeah, well, I mean more like, I mean that replicated tag still has to activated, so if he could just plant that tag on it, he could replace him.
Yeah, that could definitely work. Do you want to... Okay, so how would you use the replicator tab that Glenaro has in order to replace Ace Olinato?
I think by simply somehow putting it on his person without noticing, and with it going off in a public room, then him announcing that I was able to teleport him out of the building. So easy, yeah, that seems like the easiest way with a tool we already have.
Okay, that could certainly happen. Next thing and we have working on supplementing a new food source. Dr. Bog, are you with us? This is going to be a lot of you as we're going to be diving into the genetics and biology of an alien race and tweaking it to be more acceptable to the galaxy at large.
Yes, we must make it so that they can consume pizza into a very pop punk.
All right. Yeah, so we're doing a research and development. It's gonna be reason med. It's gonna start off at difficulty. This is gonna be quite tough, but we need. All right. Just one. Have. All right, so we have the medical work track. It's gonna be reason medicine difficulty 5. We need 3 magnitude to get this done, and we have a work track of 17 and only 1 resistance, but we also only have 6 intervals to get this done before your time is up.
I'll activate Gazik.
Yep.
And does he still have an upgrade?
I believe so, if Bog hasn't upgraded him yet.
I mean, isn't there a medical upgrade that's pretty much a medical assist focus? What thing?
I didn't know I was
Sorry,
well,
I kind of.
Everyone can, but it's generally up to the department heads. But I haven't communicated that with Suel.
It's both mine and GM's fault.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to give him a talent or a new focus or even in a value right now you can.
I could skim through the ability list.
Yep, you certainly can.
I think that my quick study should reduce the difficulty by.
Yes, it would.
Am I working with the ship's computer on it?
Yes, the ship's computer would also help.
Okay, Chief is okay. He's in ability. Chief
Okay.
of Staff. When using the medicine discipline to provide assistance to another character attempting a medicine task, all characters providing assistance may reroll 1d20 in the dice roll.
That sounds good. Do you think that's good talent for Raz's, Dr. Bog?
Good to me.
All right, Raz's now has that talent.
Okay, give me a sec while I plop it on him.
I'm also going to pull out my Starfleet Sturgeon deck right at this point. Once commissioned character may pass by.
Sounds good.
Who else would like to assist?
In theory, L could assist from the science side. If L is not going to be working on any other tasks during this next period.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and value station expression.
I will allow that.
Yes.
Assume that biology, xenobiology, focus on this.
Yes, it will. Would you like to purchase additional dice?
Be a threat for bold.
Okay, since you use the value, it'll be 2 threat, or you can use a threat and momentum.
I'll use one of them.
Okay. Because the value is the cheaper of the determination is the cheaper of the dice.
All right. Roll that.
Would the ship be assisting?
Yep, computer meds.
Okay. Does someone have the ship? I got a laser.
Ross, could you pick up the ship?
And he could budge.
Ruh-roh. Ross or L, can you guys pick up the ship?
Yeah, what was the roll on that?
Computer's med.
Can we spend wash?
Yes, we can. There we go. So we have 1, so
So we
it's
gain
5,
2 more momentum for the
2.
roll.
So 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and you brought it down to diff 3. Woo boy. All right, and we do have a complication on the table, and we have 2 float, and that 2 float can quash that easy.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll me 7 challenge dice.
Oh my gosh, terrible.
Okay, that is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is -1. That is at least 6 work, so that's at least 1 breakthrough. You could spend a momentum to get piercing, so you can get all 7 work on the track. It won't give you another breakthrough, but it could get you through the work track faster.
I'll go ahead.
All right. So that is green. All right, 7 to that. Okay, and that takes up 2 intervals or 1 momentum. You can cut that in half and only do 1 interval, as you are busting your ass through this.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Sounds good. And now we have the. Okay, so cunning plan and is done. Replicating the food. We also need. Zoom out a little bit. Means of making the culture in general more amenable to this whole thing. So this is going to be a command roll. As you are pouring through text and what cultural information you have and trying to finagle a good argument and to give to Gavnerel to basically undo most of their culture.
And it's coming from me.
No, this would be coming from Commander Calder, I'm assuming.
Oh man, I was all excited. I was going to use doctors. Thank. Yeah, this one instead of.
Yep.
All right.
I say that again. I have extra problem.
Now you are going to be working on crafting an argument and basically a dissertation on to convince the Endallan and to change their culture and not enlighten Yalto anymore.
Okay, so that's President Command, or
Reason command at this point. You are just writing the essay. Presence, and this will come later.
okay. 1 billet, 2 momentum for 4 dice. Difficulty.
Give me one moment, as this is also an extended task.
Yep.
All right, so we need Mag 3 work 17. Resist. You're finding like years of biological mandate. What's up that? Alright, so we're doing reason command. It's gonna start difficulty 4, magnitude 4.
Okay.
We have a work track of 19. And we have the same 6 intervals.
Okay. Oh, he will investigate. Again, with all the single dice being good. Okay, I at least gain 1.
Okay. Oh, and you spent that with 1 threat, 2 momentum?
Yeah, this
yeah.
is definitely a bad night for the crits. For failures are.
Okay. That is at least gain 1 back. Alright.
Yep. I'm gonna spend 2 momentum to quash that.
Okay.
Okay.
And if you want, Ross can assist on this too, using his command skill, as both of you are collaborating. Unless Ross wants to do something else.
I think Ross might be focused on the engineering aspect.
Okay. So you are in your office is grinding this out yourself. Go ahead and give me 7 challenge dice.
Okay, that is 6, but I will spend 1 to piercing to get a breakthrough.
Okay, 1 for piercing. That's piercing 2. So that's 6. That gives you at least 5. And that is 1 breakthrough and 1 difficulty down. And Dr. Bog stepping away from the table. Unfortunately, you don't have the momentum to cut this in half, so you are at interval 2.
How many intervals do I have? 6?
Yep.
Okay, so I got like 4 or 5 more goals.
Each roll all takes 2 intervals, unless you can spend 2 cut it down in half.
Okay, so 3 goals to do it then, without spending momentum. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And Bog's gonna be right back, so we'll just do you again. I'm spending 2 threat, pushing the difficulty back up to 4.
I'll put that threat back in because I'm going to spend 3 to get 2 dice.
You know what? I'm gonna keep the threat down, and I'm gonna increase your complication range by 1.
Okay. Whoops, wrong button. Gambling, going to zero.
Gamble pays off. Gain 1 soul momentum. And I'll let you decide if you want to reroll the challenge dice or if you want to keep that.
Let's re-roll.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and reroll. Oh, for free, since that was a mistake. Click.
Okay, 1 momentum to we roll those 5 dice.
Okay. Two, 3, 4, 5,
Okay, that's
6.
6.
And you have resistance and it's 3, so that is only 3 work.
Can I spend a determination to help?
You can, yeah, you can spend a determination to basically generate 2 momentum. On what value?
By failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail.
Yep, you are basically doing preparation at this point. Yeah, we'll just kind of treat that as an advantage. You have 2.
I shall roll 1 challenge dice to see veteran.
Yep.
And I get it back.
Sweet. You now have 2 momentum, and that's generated off this roll.
Okay, 1 momentum piercing.
Okay. That brings you to 4.
1 more for piercing, or I can't.
1 more R for an extra work would do it as well.
Yep, I will do that.
Excellent. That at least got 1.
Okay, that'll decrease the difficulty again. And how much is left on the work track?
There is 8 left on the work track, but you just need 1 more breakthrough.
Okay, that's good.
And it's now down to difficulty 2. Difficulty 3.
Okay, welcome back, Bog.
And you are on interval 4 of 6.
Me or?
Calder.
Oh.
Yeah, do you still want me to roll or have a Bog roll?
We'll have Bog go next. Okay, so Bog is on interval 1 of 6. You have a difficulty 4 check ahead of you.
Diff 4, huh?
Yep.
Alright, well, use quick study again? Or is that possible? To drop it by 1?
Is that
And then
once?
only use once per attack.
It's technically in second task. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think it stays in effect. So just. So we're down to diff 3.
Don't be throwing up diff 4, diff 5 stuff at me, brother.
And also you
I
can
will.
and you could also decrease it again because you have the Chief Medical Officer role.
I have the what now?
Chief Medical Officer role.
Yeah, your position power, or basically because of the seat you sit in, and you have an advantage of your medical staff.
Ah. Right. Get my minions working on it.
Get your Yep, you have minions.
All right. Get my peoples.
Minions from the hit Pixar movie Minions.
Nope.
My people's working on it. All right. Well, I'm gonna try something. Didn't work last.
This proves Bog is particularly minions in a lab coat.
Starfleet citation for conspicuous gallantry. Once permission, when the character pays for an immediate defend of kind by the threat, may roll gallant die.
Yep.
So I'm going to spend 1, 2, 3 threat gets me 4 dice. What gives me a 5th dice?
That'd be 6 threat altogether.
6 threat.
And you're gonna be rolling 6 challenge dice and see how much of that I actually keep.
A win. So, 4 of it.
That's a good try. I'm gonna spend two of that and bump you back up to diff 3.
No, not like it. Nope. All right.
You're rolling 5 dice now, anyway. So.
Well, I've got technical expertise and bold working for me, so here we go. Woohoo! Oh!
And computers meds.
Wait, Gaza can reroll because of his new ability?
Yep.
Josh, you got the ship again?
Sure.
Wrong.
Computer's medicine again, right?
Correct.
Oh, sorry.
Would you like to go
Reroll
fishing?
that. He gets to re-roll that.
Go ahead and re-roll that. Technical expertise.
Oh my gosh, again?
Well,
Don't-
that is
wait,
8 on a diff 3. So you generate 5 momentum off that.
This is against all laws of statistics here tonight.
These dice are evil, and we gotta destroy them.
I mean, this is a very complicated event.
Somebody needs to like give some sort of offering to the dice god or whatever.
Do we have anything to quash that, or are we just gonna let it stand?
Momentum.
Yep. Got 5 momentum. Would you like to quash?
Yeah. Well, not with 5. Is it going to cost me 5? It should only cost me 2, right?
No, just cost you 2. I said you
okay.
generate 5 altogether. All right, that is quashed. 7 challenge dice.
All right. I'm on. I want chevrons, don't I?
You want twos, ones, and chevrons. Chevrons. Yeah, chevrons are only kick in if you have certain talents.
Oh, okay. So I want 2. All 2. Here we go. Better.
That is 7. With the resistance at 6, so that's at least 1 breakthrough.
And you can spend that 1 momentum at the time and a half, so you have more chances.
Okay. That sounds like a plan to me.
All right.
What he said.
Cut that time in half. You are on interval 2 of 4. Calder, you are on interval 4 of 4. So, might be able to get this done in 1.
Okay, I'm going 1 threat and 2 momentum for 4 dice.
Yep. And this got a little more complicated for you.
So still comp 2.
Comp 2. Comp 2. Diff 2. So that is 3 momentum generated. Go ahead and roll that 7 challenge dice.
Are we rolling those 5 dice?
I kind of figured. Woof. So that is 4. With the resistance, that is 1 work.
1 momentum to do +1 work, and 1 momentum to reduce the resistance.
Okay, so 2 and then resistance. That would give you 5.
Yes.
Skin of your teeth, my man.
Well, I am doing this all by myself. I don't
It
even
is-
know if the ship can assist me.
Barely, but yeah, it would just us be a parsing information. You still have to organize it.
So, well, even if I got like command and computers helping me,
Yeah, it might have helped.
yeah, okay, yeah, but it's fine. I
Yep.
got it.
You got it. As your very impassionate and detailed and extremely logical and cunning speech is now complete. But that speech is going to mean nothing if Dr. Bog can't pull this clutch.
Well, with now me being free, can I give Bog a direct?
Unfortunately, you took all your intervals. I was trying to get this done.
Oh, okay.
You were locked in your office as for this entire period getting this done. But Ross could give a direct. Him being the XO and the engineer. If he hasn't used his engineering power, he could slip into the XO power and give a direct that way. If you would like to.
Certainly.
Yep.
My browser just crashed. I'm restarting here.
Okay. So Dr. Bog, you have a difficulty 3. Alright, that should be difficulty 2. You go down 1. Yep, you have a difficulty 2 check ahead of you. Reason medicine. Diff 3. Diff 4. Comp 2. I'm just dumping everything I have at you.
Okay.
What was it I needed to do?
You're going to be assisting with Presence Command.
For all the good it does me. If I were playing D&D, I would never roll this way.
Bricks.
Yep,
Alright,
and
well,
this is the synthesis stage, so it's really, really... Yeah, this is the difficult part.
spin a bowl.
Okay.
Point.
Would you like to purchase another dice?
Flex P.
Yep.
What is there a situation where you can burn a value? And there was one time where I seems like I used the value like 3 times. That
You
how
can
does that-
you can and gain an additional point of determination by burning a normal milestone. So you lose a normal milestone, and this would be recalling back to another episode where you did it a similar task, and you are pulling from the memory of that and to get really determined to do this task.
Oh. Back. Oh, healing. So there's one time it's like I completely burned it and I had to come up with a new value or something like that. How does that work?
That would be a striking value. So if you believe that value is holding you back or something, you can and strike it and say this value is no longer work for me, and through this situation I've learned that this is no longer valuable, and you can strike a value and gain a point of determination that way. And then you just rewrite it at the end of the episode.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and give you 2 more threat 4 dice. Help.
Yep, and then the computer and Nurse Raz's.
That's good.
That is good. And then the ship.
I got the ship.
And you can use technical expertise to fish.
Hasn't worked out so far. Statistically, it says we should get a 2 on the reroll.
Up to you.
Do you feel like gambling addiction?
I don't know if roll that or not.
I mean, how many successes did you get out of the difficult?
You got 5 out of 4.
So we've got one minute.
Do you think we could survive with only one?
Come up as much as we can. Problem right now.
Yeah.
All right, you roll it. Oh. I was gonna pick up another. Oh.
That was really close. But roll me 7 challenge dice. See if we can crack this nut. 1, 2 is 6.
It's 1, so we do.
And you make the track. So that is 2. That's 2 breakthroughs. 1 for 5 more and 1 for breaking the track.
Okay.
And you manage. You don't quite have a working model, but you have the theory of a working model, and you have a sample ready to demonstrate. And basically, this is going to be a nutritional supplement, and that at the Endallan and can use to provide their nutritional needs. Part of the problem is that part of their neurology and their nutrition is actually part of the brain waves, and the they actually eat the memory engrams of a creature, and that helps fuel their own creativity and their own memories. They don't like get the genetic memory from the being, but it helps the Endallan's native neurological processes. You, being also clever, are designed an AI program to emulate that. So, this is a special hypo with an AI chip kind of strapped on the bottom of it that can emulate the memory engrams of a mammal, and it randomizes it just enough to provide what they need.
Sounds good.
And Calder has his speech ready, and you manage pulling an all-nighter, or all of you manage to finish your task. But in pulling an all-nighter, especially you, Calder, you specifically currently have the trait of exhausted. All mental all tasks have an increased difficulty until that can be treated.
Oh, great. On a planet with psionics. Fun.
And your 24-hour window
I'll
is...
give him a hypo to boost him up.
Yep. You can do control medicine difficulty 2 to counter that. Basically give him a stim shot.
Give him dice. Momentum.
One extra dice with momentum. Ruh-roh.
I just put him to sleep. Can I give you a momentum and a threat to quash that?
No.
No. Okay.
Unless you have
activated.
unless you have a reroll in your pocket.
Well, I didn't use bold. I thought better of it. I'm not using the computers here.
Can you guys assist?
You know, nurses save patients from death all the time. All the time. They fix doctors' mistakes all the time.
No, you would have to call it before the roll. So, not only are you mentally exhausted, but the stim hits you, but if the stim doesn't make you more awake, it just makes you more jittery, and you're tired. So, you have increased complication on presence ins rolls.
Fun.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's just like you hit the coffee and it doesn't wake you up. It just makes you physically jittery.
Don't trust the bears. They work for the bourgeoisie.
Yep. And it's now time to beam back down to the planet. And you receive the communication that it is time to meet again. Good luck, Captain.
Great.
Captain looks like he did the drug test.
But the man who was gonna do the test gave me the drug.
All right. So, we all beam back down to the planet. And let's get all the cool sound effects. As you present your...
So much for a quick private conversation.
Oh, did you need a quick private conversation? Did you need a sidebar real quick?
No, I was saying we went for a sidebar, and it took us this long before actually beaming back down to the planet.
Yeah. But our Endallan friend, and I should know these names better, or Glenaro, did manage to stall for you.
Yeah, that's how we got the 24 hours.
Yeah, otherwise, you would have had like half the intervals to try to pull that off. But, you are now standing before the Endallan in Parliament. It's, Olinato, is presiding. We have considered your offer for our peace, but we are unconvinced that your kind would bring in benefit to our civilization. Unless, as you have more or to say, we are willing to negotiate a neutral zone between our two governments.
I don't trust that potted plant.
you should not trust the potted plant. What do you say at this point?
So he wants to establish a neutral zone.
Yeah, basically either like we don't feel the need to open in full negotiation with you, but we could establish a neutral zone between us so we don't bump into each other. This would also very much complicate the Silk Road, as you are trying to set up beachheads to do an exploration force rimward right through Endallan space. Having a neutral zone would hamper a whole bunch of exploration.
I would not like to, because that is the thing I told Mayor to do if we fail. Above game.
Yep.
You share that because we were able to assist people with a currently major problem they had, and in a way we use because of this new food alternative, you are able to be more cunning.
A new food alternative?
Wait, above game. Game with the
Above game right now, you are like presenting in your presentation.
Wait,
so
this is my speech.
Yep.
I thought that this was private post speech.
Oh, this is private. Okay. You can cut back a little bit.
Yeah, I thought this was after speech.
No, this is during speech. You just have to present it.
Okay.
You basically have persuasion roll all ahead of you, but you do have a bunch of advantages towards it.
And 2 comps.
Oh, you'll be fine.
Okay, let's see. This makes sense because I am jittery as heck. Okay, so let's see. Um, I believe that having this neutral zone would be a bad idea. Because God, I can't think of anything.
You think the neutral zone would be a bad idea, but if we work together, we can provide this nutritional supplement.
It will be full because it doesn't show cooperation.
Well, I mean like we do have the evidence of cooperation. Above game.
You do have evidence of cooperation. Nation being in cunning.
Well, yeah, well, they're the definition of cunning.
Yep.
Yes, yeah. Me and my crew have done a feat that would have been proven impossible if you would have done cunning.
And what feat is that?
Well, we found we've created a new source of food, so that way you would no longer have to eat the brains of a intelligent species, and by doing that, and also as a bonus with this you could improve the ability of you being cunning to other people of other species by not killing other members of said species and being forced to hide the body. God, why did I say that? I don't care. I'm Judy. And why is that the part of a plant gustling when there's no wind?
Okay, you still have the yeah, and at this point you get the thumbs up that the transponder has been implanted. So at your command, that could be triggered.
L, it's your thing, so it's on you.
So who is it planted on?
It is planted on the current Prime Minister, or Una Alato.
Okay. So have we still been continuing this cooperation, or have we decided to go on the cunning line?
I believe Eve, the whole plan was as to do both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like we proved that cooperation is working, and by doing this cunning the thing we are able to have a leader who is more with us than against us at the end. Well,
All right. So L will stand up and say, and of course the transporter room's on standby, right?
Yep, that's all set up.
yeah, pretty much the thing is.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
L will stand up and say, "No, we can't do a neutral zone. That lack of cooperation. Be gone with you." And let the transporter room beam them out.
I mean, we went doing the whole magic show because these guys aren't really that ritualistic.
That's a good show. At that, Onato is beamed out of the chambers, and Glenaro stands up and declares, "I have planted a transporter tag on Onato and allowed him to be beamed from the chambers during a debate that he was losing between refusing aid when offered and being distracted enough to have a transporter tag placed on him. And I declare this as a public act of foolishness and hereby relinquish the prime minister's seat." And there is gasp and awe and murmurs throughout the chambers.
I'm just imagining one of us doing the I'm shocked meme.
Yep.
You know, hand on cheek and then sometimes the over mouth.
Yep, very, very much that meme. And at that, Glenaro steps into the prime minister's seat, scanning it carefully this time for traps, and then sits down and says, as we are willing to listen to, we are willing to consider your offer. And at this point, one final roll for the night. President's command.
I'm ready.
Yep, you are trying to overthrow an entire culture's worth of stuff, and you have increased diff and increased comp. Yep, that's with all the debuffs.
Okay, I'm going to spend a determination.
On what value?
Same one I used last time. Failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail.
Despite your jitteriness and tiredness, you have definitely prepared for the speech. I will allow it.
Okay, and I'm going to spend enough threat to get maximum dice.
So you already got one, so five threat altogether.
Mm-hmm.
And little snack, +1 comp.
Do you want to assist me, Ross?
Ross, you may certainly assist.
All right.
Let me quickly do one thing.
Yep.
Nope, chain's gone.
See if my luck holds out.
I'm wiggling that critical failure.
Yep. Nice. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You did stumble initially in your drowsy haze as you almost forgot some bits, but then Ross comes in and helps get you on the right track, and you're able to orate and debate how this change in their society will be beneficial to them, and how it'll open new opportunities to them, and further cooperation between our governments, or at least ceased hostilities. These will be of mutual benefit. And with that, Glenaro smiles, nods, looks around the chamber, and a majority of the Parliament is smiling and nodding with them. with that, I ask for a vote from the current parliamentary members. Do we wish to join in a treaty with the United Federation of Planets, given their cunning and skill? And let's see, you just hit a difficulty 5. They also want to hit a difficulty 5.
Can I assist them with the momentum?
Yes, this is kind of rolling on your side.
They can take all the momentum.
All right, gives them 4. Yeah, I kind of want to leave this up to a dice roll, but this is a really weird mechanic I'm pulling off. So I'm spending 3 threat to pull the value. If you cannot hold it, I will take it. They do have a focus in leadership, and they're doing insight commands. All right, let's see if we can get 5 or more on top of this. +2. And with that, Glibnaro is able to get a majority vote. Ladies and gentlemen, you now have a tentative peace treaty with the Endallan and Empire. And with the details of which it will be handled by the actual diplomatic corps, but at least now you are no longer shooting at each other, and with notifications you will be able to pass through Endallan space unharmed. And with that, we shall end tonight's episode. Lots of work went into that, and it finally paid off. You have a tentative ally along the Silk Road. Question is how close of a relationship can you develop with this strange new species, and in what ways will they be able to help you in the future? But until next time, everyone, thank you for watching. If you can, please like, subscribe, and leave a comment below. Answering the question, what do you think Inc. is next along the Silk Road? What other challenges and threats lie beyond the Federation border? Until next time, all hands brace for impact.